Gabriel. All right. The chosen one. Yeah, let's do it. Siddhartha. Siddhartha. Yep. Already.
So keep standing, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, and all of you, welcome to everyone here. And I would say, let's take our hats off to the class of 2021. So, no other class in the history of the college has shown such bravery, perseverance, and responsibility and civic solidarity as this class. You hold a unique place in the history of the college, and we could not be more proud. I speak for all of the people who are watching, your families, in saying how proud we are. So we thought we would do something different at this commencement, which has never been done, and we probably won't do it again, to do something that commemorates the difficulty of the pandemic. So one of the real victims of the pandemic was singing. We were not able to sing, even with masks in the beginning. So I thought as a pandemic special, we would sing together the most famous song associated with universities in the Western world. And so we will do that. And I will then ask James Bagwell, my colleague, to lead us in this adventure. James Bagwell. Go ahead. Please remain standing for the invocation by Mary Grace Williams, chaplain of the college.
Oh God, as we gather this afternoon to honor the graduates of the class of 2021, we ask you for your Spirit to be upon us. These students have faced tremendous challenges, and despite living through the pandemic, have met their goals and achieved success here at Bard College. Together, each of them have witnessed powerful moments in history, and the response for racial and social justice has deepened. Their creative and entrepreneurial energy, their developed intellect, and their activism has challenged the status quo and called for new ways of fighting for equity and justice. They are an inspiration to us all. And we give thanks for their presence and for their gifts that they have shared with us and each other in our beloved community here at Bard. To their families and friends who are with us virtually, you have accompanied these students through their times of triumphs and trials, giving them encouragement, support, compassion, and care. And now we ask you, God, to continue to be with them as they help usher these graduates into the realms beyond Bard, where they will use their knowledge and skills to create a more gracious and loving world. And to the staff, faculty, trustees, and our president, who have given their devotion, time, discernment, teaching, and guidance to help our students achieve so much in such a turbulent time, continue to bless them, O Lord, that they might carry on with the work you have given them to do. And finally, God grant us all your light and truth, and help us to meet the future with hope and the assurance of your loving presence. May we each continue to pursue our dreams in unexpected ways and allow your Spirit to inspire and encourage us to be courageous and daring in the days ahead. In the name of God, we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. I want once again to welcome all the members of the class of 2021, and we have members of the class of 2020 to our right, and I want to acknowledge them. Both classes will have reunions next year in June, living on campus and doing all of the festivities that were impossible. I want to remind all of you that the state requires that although we're under the tent and normally out of doors, we need to keep our masks on unless we are speaking, and this is a requirement of the state. I regret that we could not have guests, but we are completely dependent on the regulations set down in Albany, and we have every intention of following them. My hope is that this will be the last time we have to restrict the experience of commencement. I want to warn the people watching and all of you in your seats, this is a very long afternoon. It's an afternoon of speeches, of giving out degrees. It happens only once. I say every year that marriage happens many times if you wish it, but graduating from college happens only once. And so we are going to take our time in honor of you and each and every one of you. And especially this year, since it is such a special achievement. I want to thank all the staff, all the faculty, both here and watching on the streaming, and I want to thank all the parents. I hope everyone present here will join me in a round of applause for the parents and families of all the graduates. I would also like, for the benefit of our viewing audience and everybody here, for those of you who are first-generation graduates from college, please stand. I now want to introduce our first virtual event. Normally there would be greetings brought by the chair of our Board of Trustees and alumnus, James Chambers, but like some of the guests and participants in the ceremony, there'll be a mixture between remote and in real time and space. So I would like now to introduce Jim Chambers, our chair of the board, who brings greetings to the graduating class.
Hi, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Chambers, proudly of the ATL and proudly of Bard College. Welcome, everyone, in person and electronically. Welcome especially to the honorary degree recipients. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence today. Well, y'all, what a hell of a year it's been for this whole blessed world. The pandemic, the assaults on democracy, the attempts at eviscerating the First Amendment, the attack of pseudo-shamans on the Capitol, autocratic hegemonies flexing their gore, the reassertion of Jim Crow, version 897, anti-science in the form of fear, misinformation, and anti-vaxxers. But, and I say this with a wry expression of hope and optimism, this past moment, this long moment in history has been balanced by a fair and transparent election. Journalists, writers, artists, and activists not being contained, no matter how hard they have been tested and brutalized. The victory, knock wood, we have as a possibility of science to sprint headlong to issue vaccines safely in world record time against this C-19. All y'all young people's taking to the streets so courageously and magnificently to say enough is enough. Say his name, say her name. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and all the others lost needlessly. May they rest in peace, and may they rest in power. The landing of perseverance on Mars, the reopening of our cities slowly, a Black Asian woman as our vice president, to name a few. And every single one of you graduates have negotiated this Scylla and Charybdis of a year plus with vigor, vitality, wisdom, persistence, and grace. It has been rock hard at times for everyone involved, including, and to a great degree, your families and tribes. Any normal senior year is the proverbial hitting of the marathon wall, but what you all endured is straight up heroic. Please hear that and know that, straight up heroic. We at the college, and me personally, are so inspired by your efforts to stay the course and model cogent, wise behavior that most definitely reduced your abilities to do normal senior socializing, like traveling, visiting, and partying. As Bard students do, you blazed a different path than so many other schools who put partying over science and safety. Y'all rock. You took the road less traveled for the good of each other and for the good of the community. That, to me, when the time is right, is justification, and I feel it is drawing near to have a big A party. You and your family deserve it. Perhaps on June 15th, when the X-Files are released to Congress. Bard is a jewel of a unicorn from its insanely bucolic location in Annandale to its breadth across the world in far-flung outposts, prisons, high schools, war-torn country, righteous bastions of oppositional enlightenment, to its custodians of the buildings, grounds, fields, farms, to its brilliant array of professors representing the reaches of what needs to be represented, to its inimitable President Leon. The staff and faculty have done equally heroic jobs. True fact. Thank you all sincerely. The mix of all y'all and all us is delicate, fierce, and absolutely necessary. Precious and in need of tending, like a farm or a garden or a woodland or a stream. And all y'all and all us are the ones to continue to foster that caretaking of our mother Gaia, Earth. Let us not stop. Let us keep surprising the world. You, your families, your tribes, your instructors and colleagues have done unimaginably great deeds these last 18 months. Remember that always. Carry that with you always as you bust out into this world that so needs your activism, your instruction, your science, your inspiration, your art, your healing. Keep working the good trouble. Keep doing Bard. Congratulations with deep respect. Go Raptors. And with that, I give you President Leon Botstein.
We have a short, remote greeting from the senior senator of New York, Chuck Schumer.
Hello, Bard College. This is Senator Chuck Schumer, and it's my honor to address the faculty and staff, the families and friends of the graduates, but most of all, you, the class of 2021. Congratulations. Now, I'm really sorry I can't join you in person as I do almost every year, but I'm grateful that modern technology allows us to still be connected on this graduation day. You are special, and I wouldn't want to miss congratulating you, COVID or not. First, a quick word to the parents. As a parent myself, I know how hard it is to raise kids these days and how much you've invested in them. But it all pays off as you watch your son or daughter receive their diploma and become an adult before your very eyes. Congratulations to the moms and dads. Now to the class of 2021. You know, everyone says your senior year in college will be the most memorable, and for many of you, it probably has been, but certainly not in the way you've expected. With COVID affecting our nation's health, our nation's economy, and your senior year, these have been unusual and difficult times. The challenges of this moment are truly unique, but so has been our collective response. The fact that we're still celebrating this graduation and not letting COVID stand in the way, even if we're celebrating differently, just goes to show you that New Yorkers won't let anything stop us from honoring what is so important in life. And nothing can take away from the fact that you've earned a degree from such a fine institution of higher learning. We have a long way to go, but for the first time in more than a year, we can start thinking about what it'll be like to return to normal. We're beginning to see light at the end of the tunnel, thanks to safe and highly effective vaccines. They're nothing short of a medical miracle, and I'm proud to have helped lead the way in Congress by prioritizing vaccine research, production, and most of all, distribution, so that everyone who wants a vaccine can now get one. And as Senate Majority Leader, the first ever from New York, I worked hard to pass the American Rescue Plan, which is putting money in the pockets of people and small businesses who have been hurt by this crisis and helping our society recover in so many different ways. Now, I'm pushing President Biden to forgive $50,000 in student loans, a crushing burden for millions of college students around the nation. With a flick of a pen, he could wipe this debt clean and create a brighter future for so many people, including many of you. So, class of 2021, my message to you is simple. Right now, it may feel like the future's uncertain. Many of you may not be sure of what's going to happen next, but what has been true throughout history is just as true today. That even in times of difficulty, there are always new opportunities, new ways of thinking, of doing things a better way. It's natural to fear the unknown. I'm sure many of you do right now. But don't let the harshness of this past year prevent you from seizing new opportunities. They're out there. You just have to keep your eyes open to them. Don't forget, you have incredible assets, a college degree from a great institution, and loving families who will have your back through thick and thin. Our nation is overcoming this pandemic, and we need your help and your courage to rebuild our country even stronger than it was before. This past year has revealed the injustices and prejudices that persist in our society, and we just can't go back to the way things used to be. We must make our society better, and we know we will, because you are our future leaders and because we have faith in you. So, to Bard College class of 2021, I say once again, congratulations, good luck, Godspeed.
It is my privilege to introduce our commencement speaker today. It is often said that people in politics who are successful often lack kindness, grace, humility, warmth. And if they do, they probably are not successful politicians. And Patrick Gaspard proves the exact opposite. He is a man of consummate grace, great kindness, warmth, and an unbelievably successful community organizer and politician. He came to the United States from the Republic of Congo, from Haitian parents when he was a very small boy, grew up in New York. He worked on the campaigns of Jesse Jackson and then of Mayor David Dinkins, and on the successful campaign in the mayoralty later of the current mayor, Bill de Blasio. But he also came to prominence inside the Democratic Party and was crucial in securing the election of Barack Obama as President of the United States. He had spent almost a decade as the labor leader and organizer of the Union 1199 of the hospital workers, and he has been a fighter for the working individual in this country all his career. During the Obama administration, he was first in the White House and then was nominated and confirmed as the American ambassador to South Africa. Following that assignment, he became the president of the Open Society Foundation, where I got to know him. And in his years at the Open Society Foundation, he focused the energy beyond the range of Europe to Africa and deepened the commitment to social justice and criminal justice reform here in the United States. In the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd and the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, he focused the foundation's resources on investing in helping the nation finally come to terms with the question of race. I can find no individual more appropriate to this time in our history, more dignified, and no one I am more grateful to call my friend, Patrick Gaspard.
Chairman Chambers, Board of Trustees, august faculty and staff, fellow distinguished honorees, the Annandale community, and the graduating class of 2021. What an overwhelming honor to join you in celebration and to join you in person. President Botstein, thank you, President Botstein, for that too generous an introduction. Thank you for the gifts of your scholarship and the gifts of your friendship. I've had the distinct pleasure of knowing President Botstein and spending meaningful time with him, but never in his sanctum sanctorum. Even away from campus and without the trappings of ceremony, President Botstein always seems to be wrapped in the garbs of ritual. That effect is greatly enhanced in academic regalia, which you wear quite well, sir. Hannah Arendt, whose grave lies near to us here on this campus, described friendship as one of the most active modes of living. Maestro, you embody that in the personal and in the political, and I see that ethos extends throughout this community. Please be forewarned, Mr. President, that I have this belief that one should never waste the privilege of a public platform, and my inclination is to provoke and interrogate even at a tea party. Furthermore, while one might look for some practical directives from a commencement speaker, I'm oriented towards the impracticalities of the unapprehended poetry in our midst. I hope I won't give you occasion to regret your generous introduction and welcome. Graduates, I have one more confession that I want to make here at the start. The address that I'm delivering now was crafted late last night, after I completely rejected the arc of my original draft. Commencement addresses are bracketed by such traditional expectations of exhortative language that one tends to bury the desire to express any sincere sentiments that don't fit neatly in that rubric. There's a liturgical order to these things. I'm supposed to look out upon you, ordain your absolute greatness, acknowledge your brilliance, lift up the example of a great alumnus, and command you to go forth amongst the uncivilized herd to shine your light. If I was following the traditional pattern, I would pull down some appropriate quotation from the classics, something like Pindar from the Pythian Chronicles. I'd say, "Oh, my soul, do not aspire to immortal life, but exhaust the limits of the possible." And I would tell you to then exhaust the limits of the possible. All of this would have the expectation of being punctuated by raucous applause from all of you all. There wouldn't be much room left for any nagging doubts about your accomplishments or your destinies. Now, while your parents and your loved ones who pay dearly for the privilege can trust that I'll do some version of all of the above, there's a different sensation and focus that quickens my reflections this afternoon. I want to interrogate the very notion of your exceptionalism and the broader question of our national exceptionalism at this moment when history is balanced on a knife's edge. Let me start, though, with a note about the ground that we stand on. Contrary to my wariness about praising exceptionalism, we could all say an amen to the notion that Bard is a special place. Might I get an amen for that? Amen. It is indeed one of the essential spaces for those of us who care about the promotion and the protection of our open society. Graduates, please know this and hold on to that essentiality as you move on from this hamlet. It has been a year of acute struggle and profound isolation as you've attempted to endeavor to complete your studies during this pandemic season. I know that the siren song of early summer and the confidence that we all have now because we have vaccines in our arms, all of that compels us to get back to the excitement of worshiping the combustion of matter in motion that comprises contemporary civilization. But graduates, be still and know that not all movement is towards meaning. Sit in this place, in the beatitude of it. Be present and imbibe the hard-won lessons of this traumatic year, but also take stock in the permanent ownership of the armature that you've acquired in this special place. Bard is an institution that we all should defend fiercely. When I was asked to take up this honor, I didn't hesitate for 1 second. First of all, it was because it would give me an opportunity to feel fabulous in flowing robes. But mostly, because this is a nexus of thought and action that speaks to my core sense of democracy, justice, inclusion. There are scholars who are joining us today who are graduating through the Bard Prison Initiative, which is one of our great redemption songs in higher education. In a society that imprisons people who look like me at disproportionate astronomical rates. As someone who grew up in financial hardship, I will praise sing a college that opens its doors to a student population that is 26% Pell eligible. And I'm awed by students who manage to not only be resourceful enough to conduct scientific research, artistic performances, and scholarly work under the strain of COVID, but also participated in a year-long President's Commission on Racial Equity and Justice. You asked the hard questions. You didn't accept the usual answers. You demanded positive change, and critically, you took up the responsibility for the work that comes with change. This college that has survived on the hustle and the audacity of creative administrators has far outpaced universities with deep endowments on the investments that you all have made on social justice and the building and binding of a more perfect union. And that is deserving of self-applause. Bard is also essential as an idea because the humanities and not only STEM are vital to remake the world in its broken places. We must learn how to understand and not only how to have impact, to invest in meaning and not only in harnessing resources. We must be guided by the compass of our soul's curiosity aligned with the ballast of our reflective moral equilibrium. These are the bricks and mortar of a Bard education and the tent poles for a society that promotes the rights of the most vulnerable. This is clearly why George Soros, the great champion of open societies, saw fit to place an unprecedented big bet on the ideal of Bard. We should all do the same. And now, graduates, can we talk a little bit about you? I have to admit to being slightly intimidated by the notion that I've been asked to frame and define your moment of triumph and to impart some vision as you take the next brash steps in your journey. I feel poorly equipped to do that, mostly owing to the enormous wall that stands between our generations. I like to think of myself as somebody who's still relatively young. Clearly, I have an active imagination. But in truth, I'm 3 decades older than you all, and I share the same follicle challenge as your esteemed president. And I'm on the verge of being fatigued by experiences that you don't even have names for yet. But as I consider what I might have to say to you today, I realize that there is some strength and advantage in my infirmities. Now, I've always been one to advise that one should be profoundly suspicious of the agendas and the generosities of the previous generation. But please know that while I might not have an intimacy with your music, your fashion, or with your tech, I do have the ability to look back on the arc of my own journey that I've traveled from the seats that you currently occupy right now to the perch that I have on this podium with this embarrassing notion that titles I've worn uneasily, marbled halls that I've accessed somehow, grant me some bizarre exceptionalism that compels you to have to suffer through my poor musings. But oddly, my confidence in our kinship grows as I realize, with apologies to all of your loved ones and these extraordinary educators, how spectacularly ordinary we all are. Yes, I said ordinary. I know it's customary to extol your genius on a day like today, but ultimately, the diploma that you're going to receive on this stage does little to distinguish you between the nearly 117 billion Homo sapiens who have devoured oxygen before you. Heck, there are 4 million students who are receiving some form of college diplomas in the United States this year alone. All of our beauty, essentialists, all of our genius was all greatly exaggerated. This is true of us all. Well, perhaps with the exception of your honorary recipient, Audra McDonald, who is as brilliant and as genius as advertised. There are ways, though, that you may yet elevate your soul's highest song and the greatness that your families aspire to for you, but I'll get there momentarily. In many ways, I'm still very much the person that I was when I reached your mark. But there are ways that life alters you far beyond your ability to even recognize yourself. I had an Odyssean greed for experience that was set against the very real limitations of economic degradations and the lived challenges of institutionalized racial animus. Those impositions stirred in me an anger that could have been dangerously self-destructive. My salvation came in the form of involvement in movements far greater than myself that pulled down my vanities and channeled whatever few gifts I had. I learned in my wilderness journey what President Barack Obama articulated with such precision, that, quote, thinking about yourself, fulfilling your immediate wants and needs betrays a poverty of ambition. This poverty of ambition, an all-consuming certitude about the significance of one's own navel, extends from the individual to the nation state, to this nation state. I've been involved in work of politics my entire life, from solidarity work in my Haitian American diaspora community, to my true awakening in the anti-apartheid era, to my work as an organizer for low-wage workers, to my efforts in electoral politics, which culminated in my service in the White House, my foray into diplomacy and international advocacy through philanthropy. You might say that I've been in the business of history, and I've done it with a religiosity, a faith in functional cooperative behaviors and structures that enable us all to impose our will on history for progressive outcomes. The central notion in my unpacking of it is that history is in all of what we keep, what we choose to preserve, what is in the service of a coherent humanitarianism, and in what advances justice. As an immigrant who had to carve out his own sense of Americanness, I can appreciate the words of Václav Havel, who wrote that, quote, he tried to hold in a single thought reality and justice. There's a struggle in that for those of us who are not part of the orthodoxy, who sit outside of the tradition of power in this nation, this sense that justice is a transcendent thing that is ever elusive. Justice has been historically elusive in our nation, and so has truly inclusive representative democracy. I won't here recite our innumerable challenges and our most recent traumas, though the recent insurrections in our nation's capital and the ensuing lack of national examination reminds us that violence and authoritarianism have more enablers than instigators. I raise this here to extend out my interrogation of exceptionalism, in this case, American exceptionalism, and to wonder aloud what a recasting of America's place in the world might mean for this graduating class, for your generation, both those who are US born and based, and the 10% of your cohort who are international students. We're emerging from a devastating health and economic crisis, greatly exacerbated by the ignorance of ill-equipped leaders who insisted on our exceptionalism in the face of the shocking death tolls, the stunning job loss, and the resulting hunger and deprivations. The essential nation, essential America, was exposed as a fragile state, despite the resilience of our truly essential workers and the deep pockets of wealth. We suffered from that poverty of an ambition, and an inability to see ourselves in the world, and a failure to count up the cost of isolation and American firstism. What might a different ambition look like now? How might we look beyond our own navels? The great writer, Ralph Ellison, was an instructor here at Bard in the late 1950s, a time when surely he must have been one of the few black people on this campus. Ellison wrote that, quote, Americans give but a limited attention to history. Too much happens too rapidly, and before we can evaluate it or exhaust its meaning or its pleasure, there is something new that concerns us. Ours is the tempo of the motion picture, not that of the still camera, and we waste experience. We waste experience. How do we advantage ourselves from the great toll of experiences that we've just had? We must begin with a de-exceptionalization of the self and the nation. America is, of course, an overwhelming planetary force, but we need to help repair the world and protect against future calamities by being one of many players in it. We can and we must tackle the great challenges cooperatively, not through a winner-takes-all race to the bottom. Any diplomat will tell you that confrontation alone mostly fails. For instance, we can appreciate that in order to reinvigorate the human rights global movement while also solving our climate crisis, we need to be able to hold the reality of the injustice endured by the Uyghur community and confront China whilst recognizing the enormity of the scale of carbon emissions while we work in partnership with China. We have to appreciate the singularity of the American experience of systemic racism while reaching for the lessons that we might draw from the resistance to police abuse in the favelas in Rio, where there are countless George Floyds every day. What America does best is lead with the capacity for reinvention. Right now, the world needs the spark of that and not the poverty of an ambitious hegemony. I'll conclude by returning to the individual. to you all and to your exceptional opportunity to be great. Now, coming out of this long quarantine, it's easy to slide into a lazy decade of youthful waste where the health of your generation will be judged by all of what you consume. That would be a poverty of ambition. We need to look up from our navels and look up from our phones and realize at last that the service to others is the only leadership that has legacy. In my pocket, and now placed on this podium, I have this treasured photograph of my father from the 1950s, my late father. He's resplendent in a graduation gown replete with satin flourishes. He matches you in style, President Botstein. In his hand, he's clutching, seemingly for dear life, his law diploma, which he had just received from the finest university in Haiti. The world was very much in front of him with his exceptionalism assured. But even in that moment, this diploma was losing all the value as a brutal dictatorship supported by the United States was taking hold in that proud island nation and dismantling the very concept of justice. He never got to practice his profession. Our ideals of peace and justice are ephemeral, fragile things without sustainable institutions like Bard and without servant leadership. My father's degree was printed on stock equal to yours. But what he learned is what you need to learn, is that you need to prove the value of that degree every single day, every day, and you do it with service to others. That's a lesson that I've had to learn and to take up many times over and over, because sometimes your ego can kind of get in the way. I learned this lesson a few years ago when I was down in Atlanta, Georgia. I had to give an address, not dissimilar to this one, at a conference in Georgia, and I was feeling pretty good about myself. My ego was walking into the door before I arrived, and I was feeling rather exceptional. As I'm wont to do whenever I'm in Atlanta, I went off and visited Dr. King's old church. And as I went in there, I sat in the pews and I looked at the podium that he used to command. There was a loop tape that was playing, and his oceanic voice swept over the room. He who is greatest among you shall be a servant. Everybody can be great because everybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You don't have to know Einstein's theory of relativity to serve. You don't have to know the second theory of thermonuclear dynamics to serve. All you need is a heart full of grace and a soul that's generated by love. You can be that servant. My ego was put in check. Yes, you can be that servant. Service begins with the recognition of the greatness of others and the desire to lift it up. Look at the student that's sitting next to you. Exalt in their greatness. Forget your accomplishments for a moment. Think about what's been sacrificed by others to get you to this moment. There's an exceptionalism in those who washed floors to pay for your brilliance. Be present in that goodness. Revel in that greatness. Elevate it. Celebrate it. Be in the service of it, and your own brilliance will shine on through. You can be that servant. Here I'm reminded of the hymn by the great Indian poet Tagore. I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life is service. I acted, and behold, service is joy. Take up the joy of your exceptional service, class of 2021. We await your greatness.
I want to turn your attention, before we proceed with the granting of degrees. I don't know what the folks at home, as they used to say, have, but all of you have this red book. It was read before Chairman Mao, but there is a there is a red book, and this red book, it's the college colors, has in it a variety of awards and honors that have been given since the last commencement. And it is, you can follow along, particularly the granting of the honorary degrees. I also want to point out, and I hope the camera can show, these flags on our left and on our right. Students graduating today, the class of 21, should know that between all of the things that we have as part of the Bard family in Berlin, in Bishkek, in St. Petersburg, in East Jerusalem, and on the West Bank, that we are giving this year 673 AAs in addition to yourselves, 440 BAs as far as the American University in Central Asia, and 128 master's degrees. And these flags, including the new Open Society University Network, represent our partner institutions along with our historic affiliations with the Episcopal Church, the state of New York, and this country. So I want in this little red book to point out the recipient of the Bard Medal, Charles Johnson, from the class of 1970, who is here today. And one of the great things about commencement is your clapping and your enthusiasm. It is a fundamental sign of solidarity, respect, and affection. To Brianna Norton, who has been heroic in treating the ill and indigent during COVID, particularly drug addicts in the Bronx, and is an alumna we're deeply proud of for her medicine and her public service. To Paul Chan, the MFA of the class of 2003, who is a distinguished and versatile artist, one of the finest of his generation. To Niskan Akpan from the class of 2006, the John Dewey Award, who is one of the pioneering and most effective journalists and communicators of science to the general public, and the Mary McCarthy Award to Claudia Rankin. We also honored a member of the staff yesterday, and I want to take this opportunity, and I hope the class joins me, in thanking every member of the buildings and grounds staff, every member of the kitchen staff. Every member of the food service, every of environmental services, every person in security and receiving and shipping, and all the administrators and the Dean of Students' office and the Registrar's office and the Academic Affairs office. So we honored one of our most senior colleagues who retired after 41 years, working in many of these offices, and also for 41 years ran Commencement, Amy McAvoy. And usually they're seated behind us, and some of them are today. We honored two of your teachers who have retired this year, and I want to name them, and in so doing, pay tribute to all of your teachers, all of the faculty at Bard. We honored Medry McPhee and Peggy Florin. Now we come to the granting of honorary degrees. Honorary degrees are selected in a way to mirror back to you, members of the class of 2020 and 2021, all the graduates, the ideals of the college. So they are paying tribute to you as we honor them here, as in a way a projection of the ambitions of many of you. So I would like to call Jean Churchill, Professor of Dance, and Miriam Roskin Berger, who will receive the honorary degree.
President Botstein, I am honored to present Miriam Roskin Berger as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Fine Arts.
We honor you, Miriam Roskin Berger, for your exemplary career in the world of dance. You have been a pioneer in the vital intersection between dance and psychology. Inspired by your work, therapies that use movement and dance as a means of alleviating suffering have flourished all over the world. Your alma mater is grateful and proud. She's about to say something, but I have to grant the degree in Latin, which says, Actoritate mihi commissa te gradum in artibus, elegantoribus, doctoris admitto, omni aquae, jura ac privilegia, atum gradum per titani tibi concedo, et in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemne trado. Congratulations.
Well, I want first to acknowledge and honor all the other dance therapists who were with me at the beginning of our profession many years ago, and also my past students and my current colleagues. When I graduated Bard 65 years ago, there were only 250 students in the entire school. But I have the sense that all of you who are graduating today would have felt right at home in the Bard of all those years ago, as I feel at home in the Bard of today. I can assure you that there is an unquestionable and inexplicable Bard essence that flows through the years. I am sure you can imagine that now being awarded an honorary degree by Bard is an overwhelming honor for me, and I hardly have the words to express my gratitude to President Botstein and to the Board of Trustees for giving me a place among these distinguished awardees. My deepest thanks for this honor. Bard played an extraordinary role in my life. It was the only college I applied to in 1952. I remember eliminating other schools on my list because they lacked qualities Bard possessed. And even though I had to stay in Manhattan and attend Barnard my freshman year because of a death in the family, I went right on to Bard as planned after that first year, even though Barnard is an excellent school. And the years I spent here at Bard gave me the opportunity to study with the most exceptional teachers of dance and psychology, and gave me the courage to begin a path into a very new and unknown world combining those disciplines, and began my lifelong journey in working with the body-mind relationship. We had senior projects 65 years ago, and you might be interested to know that mine on dance as therapy was longer and probably better than my doctoral dissertation many years later. I know you all have strong feelings about the college right now. Perhaps you have real sadness at having to leave. But I don't think you know yet the importance of Bard in your life. I believe your years here will be indelibly imprinted in your consciousness, and that their meaning will deepen, and you will always be extremely proud of being part of this community. I salute you on your achievements, and especially on your courage in coming through these harsh years of the pandemic. The knowledge that you have continued your growth through these years and came through the turmoil will sustain you moving forward, and you will know you have the strength and the insight to meet any future challenges. The world you are entering is quite different from what the world was when you entered Bard. But Bard will be here to continually inspire and support you. And I am most happy to welcome you to the very special world of your fellow alumni of Bard College. Thank you.
Thank you, the great Miriam.
Oh.
I now ask Brandon Weber, class of 1997, member of the Board of Trustees, and Pavlina Cherneva, Associate Professor of Economics, who will present the next candidate for the honorary degree.
President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting William Sandy Darity Jr., who joins us remotely as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Humane Letters.
We honor you, William A. Darity, for your contributions to the systematic study of economic and social inequality. Your achievement has not only been theoretical and scientific, it has also forged an explicit link to historical understanding and public policy. Your work has become central to this nation's capacity to come to terms properly with its troubled history on the issue of race. We celebrate your originality, passion, and courage as a scholar and public intellectual.
Actoritate mi commissa te ad gradum in litteris humaniboribus doctoris admitto omniaque jura ac privilegia ad gradum pertitentia tibi concedo et in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemne trado. Congratulations. I believe there is a remote link. Is there?
I must thank the Bard community for this special honor. My thanks also to legendary President Leon Botstein, to Chair of the Board of Trustees, Jim Chambers, who embodies the spirit of Atlanta, and my brilliant fellow economist, Pavlina Cherneva, and Brandon Weber for their generous introduction. I want to applaud you, the graduating class of 2021, for completing successfully your tenure as students at Bard. In this time of the pandemic, we all have had to make so many hard adjustments. We've had to bear so many painful traumas, and we've had to learn so many serious lessons about ourselves and our nation. So congratulations on reaching this joyous moment in the midst of these difficult times. I'm proud to join you in the celebration, to join a new member of the Bard community. I'm proud to receive an honorary degree from Bard, a school deeply committed to innovation and creativity, a school willing to push pedagogical and social in exciting directions, a school unafraid to be different. I also am proud to develop this rich new relationship with the institution that is home to an academic jewel, the Levy Economics Institute. As an economist, I cherish the Institute's role in doing the work to remake economics into a field that can serve the mission of conducting scientific inquiry in service to society. I especially would like to applaud several of my colleagues at the Institute: Dimitri Papadimitriou, longtime director; Jan Kregel, the research director and one of the key figures in the development of post-Keynesian economics; Pavlina Cherneva, author of The Essential Case for a Job Guarantee, which is a must-read; Randy Ray and Stephanie Kelton, the architects of modern monetary theory; Nancy Fulbright, the major scholar on gender in the economy; and Matt Forstater, one of the profound voices on employment policy. I do want to issue a challenge to the Institute. Please strengthen the work you do on race, ethnicity, and economic inequality. The same challenge applies to Bard as a whole and to virtually all organizations and institutions throughout our society. I especially am looking forward to the full report that is produced by President Botstein's Commission on Racial Equity and Social Justice. I have been hoping colleges and universities throughout the country will throw the weight of their influence and prestige behind the effort to have Congress adopt a comprehensive national program of reparations. Many of the nation's most prestigious institutions of higher education have direct complicity with slavery and/or the lost cause, and hence have an obvious moral obligation to support a national movement for reparative justice. Even Bard has such a connection, since the school's initial major donors, John Bard and Margaret Taylor Bard, both came from families whose wealth was drawn from the system of exploitation of enslaved Black labor. I must emphasize the case for reparation for Black American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States is not solely based upon the horrors of slavery. It also must take into account nearly a century of legal segregation in the United States, accompanied by wave upon wave of white terror campaigns that involve the taking of Black lives and the taking of Black-owned property by white terrorists. It also must take into account the atrocities that continued after passage of the civil rights legislation in the 1960s, including mass incarceration, police executions of unarmed Blacks, and persistent discrimination in credit, employment, and housing markets. The cumulative intergenerational effects of the trajectory of racial justice and racial injustice is best captured by the Black-white gulf in wealth, now amounting to a difference of $840,000 in average net worth per Black and white household. This gulf must be bridged by a national program of reparations. I hope that Bard will be a leader in the effort to achieve that goal. That will only deepen my personal pride in joining you, the graduating class 2021, as a new honorary alum of Bard College. Thank you.
I now invite Christiane Ann Crouch and Patrick Gaspard for the presentation of the honorary degree.
President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting Patrick Gaspard as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Humane Letters.
We honor you, Patrick Gaspard, for your subtle and unrelenting commitment to the cause of social justice. Foremost among your achievements has been your commitment to the rights of employees and workers and all individuals seeking to earn a living and enjoy the dignity and power of work. Your charisma as an organizer and leader helped Barack Obama be elected president. You represented America's highest ideals as our ambassador to South Africa. As president of the Open Society Foundations, you enlarged its geographical scope, broadened its vision of equity and justice, and restored its commitment to arts and culture. Actoritate mi commissa, teat gradum in art literis annuabuna bibor, humaniorbus doctoris admitto, omniaque aiurich a privilegia ad gradum petitentia tibi concedo, et in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemne trado. Congratulations. I now call Mustafil Shahab Muhammad, class of 1997, trustee of the college, and Evan Goodstein, the director of the Bard Center Environmental Policy, who will present Michael Mann for the honorary degree.
President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting Michael Mann as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Science.
We honor you, Michael Mann, for your path-breaking work on behalf of our understanding of climate change. You have been a pioneer in the study of the temperature of the earth. You have shown extraordinary courage in the face of harassment and threats by those who deny the truth, those who would falsify the danger that faces us all. In the face of a terrifying threat, you have retained your optimism and fearlessness, giving us hope as we encounter the dark and grim realities facing the earth.
Actoritate mi commissa, teat gradum in scientis doctoris admitto, omniaque iurac privilegia ad hunc gradum petitentia tibi concedo, est in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemne trado. Congratulations.
Thanks to both of my sponsors and the Bard community. I am truly humbled by this honor. President Botstein, Bard faculty, trustees, honored guests, graduates, family and friends, it's an honor to address you here today as we celebrate the accomplishments of these young adults who have completed one great challenge and prepare for others to come. They join an illustrious cadre of distinguished former Bard graduates that include some of my favorite comic actors, such as Chevy Chase, Christopher Guest, and Ali Wentworth, journalists like Ronan Farrow, and my friend Adam Conover of the TV show Adam Ruins Everything. If you've seen it, it's a great show. But I would like to talk about one particular Bard alum, Howard Koch. No relation to the Koch brothers. Koch co-wrote the script for Casablanca. It was, of course, one of the greatest films of all time, but it was more than that. It was a warning to us all, about the threat posed by Hitler and Nazism. The 1942 film helped sway public opinion in favor of America's involvement in World War II. It changed the world. Koch graduated from then St. Stephen's, now Bard, as a member of the class of 1922. A century later, we must mobilize for even greater challenges: a rising tide of nativism and a reemergence of fascist fervor and authoritarianism, a global pandemic, and the existential threat of climate change, all of which challenge us to seek a more peaceful and sustainable path forward on this finite planet we inhabit. Howard Koch would later be blacklisted for his progressive views from Hollywood. He spoke truth to power at great personal cost, but we are all better off for it. As you go out into the world, make your own mark. Become involved. There are so many ways to speak out and to influence the dialogue, so many ways we can engage constructively with government, civic, and corporate institutions in the realms of education, public policy, and industry. My good friend Bill Nye often ends his lectures with the exhortation, "Change the world." Let me go just a bit further and ask each of you to change the world for the better. I am confident you will. Godspeed to you all. Thank you.
I now recognize Whitney Slayton, Assistant Professor of Music, who will present Audra McDonald for the honorary degree.
President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting Audra McDonald, who is joining us remotely as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Fine Arts.
We honor you, Audra McDonald, for your exceptional and versatile achievements in music. There is not a genre in which you have not excelled. Your career on Broadway is the stuff of legend, and your contributions to opera and the world of concert music are breathtaking. Not content simply to be an acclaimed performer, you have transferred your prominence as an artist into the field of social action on behalf of the Black community, civil rights, and the cause of equality. We thank you for the joy you have given us. Auctoritate mihi commissa ter gradum in artibus elegantoribus doctoris admitto omniaque jura ac privilegia ad un gradum pertitentia tibi concedo in et testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemniter trado. Congratulations.
Thank you to President Botstein and to the Board of Trustees for this incredible honor. President Botstein, you spoke about the fact that in conferring honorary degrees, it helps to model hope and something for the graduating class to look toward what they might become. And I would say that I, in fact, have been given hope by this class of 2021. To the students, I just want to say to you that in this past year and the past 4 years, as we've watched our country teeter on the brink, at the same time, we've seen your generation thrive and persevere and blossom in this most chaotic and unprecedented time. And I realize that it is you. You are the generation, you and your generation, that's what's giving me hope. You literally are hope. Half the time with my young daughter, who is 20 and a rising junior in college right now, I can barely see her wrist because of all the bracelets she wears supporting any and every cause that she can. They're passionate. You are passionate in your desire to rush out and defend and raise your voices and protect any group that needs it. Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." And your generation sees this. You understand it, as well as you understand Instagram or TikTok. You are indeed woke, and that is a good thing. You are not fooled. You are walking the walk, and you are living that idea as naturally as if it flows through the very marrow of your bones. And that gives me hope. And I do believe that your generation is the one that is going to save us from ourselves. So what I want to say to you is thank you. Yes, it's important to stand on the shoulders of those that have come before you, but you now must become those shoulders yourself. And what I want to say to all the friends and family and supporters of all of these incredible graduates here today, continue to support them, learn from them, and then we need to follow their lead. They understand, as Martin Luther King, whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. This generation understands that. You will continue to stand up for everyone, everywhere, and I cannot wait to see how you save us all from ourselves. Congratulations to the class of 2021, and get out there and become the superheroes I know you can be. Thank you.
I now recognize Charles Johnson, trustee and member of the class of 1970, and Felicia Keesing, the David and Rosalie Rose Distinguished Professor of Science.
President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting Siddhartha Mukherjee, who joins us remotely as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Science.
We honor you, Siddhartha Mukherjee, as a scientist and a writer. Your books have communicated the historical intricacies and trajectory of humankind's most dreaded disease, cancer. You have helped countless people around the world understand what we know and what we do not know, and how we might find reasons for hope. Through your research in the laboratory and the eloquent products that emerge from your writing desk, you have advanced knowledge and spread enlightenment.
Auctoritate mi commissa ter gradum in scientis doctoris admitto omniaque jure a privilegia ad hum gradum pertitentia tibi concedo et in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemne retrado. Congratulations.
First of all, an immense congratulations to the class of 2021. It is an immense honor to receive this degree from Bard College, an institution that has my deepest admiration. I suppose I just have one message to deliver to all of you, including the young graduates, and it is this. Science is not fake news. The world that you young graduates are about to inherit is a world bursting with new ideas in science, in the arts, in social justice, in the restoration of humanity, and in the restoration of the earth. It is also a world in deep crisis. As Audra McDonald pointed out, we need your help to save ourselves. My aspiration for you is that you will make this world a better, healthier, more equitable, more hospitable world, still bursting with new ideas and ambitions. And you'll be able to service that world in a way that Bard has taught you, unlike any other college that I know. So leave this graduation with the message that science is real, the humanities are real, reading is alive, and most importantly, that you are the spirit that will carry this world forward for us as we move into the new century. Thank you very much, and I'm deeply honored again.
Charles Johnson will remain with us at the podium, and I recognize Max Kenner, class of the 2001, who will present Vivian Nixon for the honorary degree.
President Botstein, I have the distinct honor of presenting our friend Vivian Nixon as a candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Humane Letters.
We honor you, Vivian Nixon, for your advocacy on behalf of the incarcerated. Inspired by your own experience, you have led the fight to restore education in prisons. You have fought on behalf of opportunities for the formerly incarcerated. You have insisted that the leadership and trust be extended to the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated. Without you, the restoration of Pell Grants to individuals in prison would never have happened. We thank you for this and for your indispensable support of the Barred Prison Initiative.
Actoritate mihi commissa, teat gradum in litteris humaniborius doctoris admitto, omniaque jura ac privilegia, atum gradum pertitentia tibi concedo, et in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemniter trado. Congratulations.
President Botstein, and the Board of Trustees, all of the special honorees here tonight, faculty, students, graduates, family and friends, all honored guests here assembled. Appreciation does not describe what I feel at this moment. Bard College is special in so many ways, but none more important than the work of the Bard Prison Initiative. When I first joined College and Community Fellowship in 2001 as a student upon release from prison, I didn't fully understand the depth of what education would mean in my life. And 2 years later, I met Max Kenner. And I have watched as Max has opened the door to education to so many incarcerated students with other devoted faculty and the cooperation of so many supporters. And it is that work that kept the fight going, not just from me, but hundreds of previously incarcerated people and people with criminal convictions around the country who fought for the restoration of Pell. But beyond that, fought for all of the criminal justice reforms that we are seeing and will continue to fight for more, who fought for the privilege to vote, who fought for reductions in sentencing and bail, who are fighting to decarcerate the largest jailer on the planet. Many, many years ago, upon receiving an honorary degree or being offered an honorary degree, Millard Fillmore said, "I had not the advantage of a classical education, and no man, in my judgment, should accept a degree he cannot read. But tonight, I'm here to say that my work extends to so many whose depth of knowledge goes so far beyond what we can read and write, but goes to the very core of what we believe about the nature of humanity and what it is okay for one human to do to another. Congratulations, graduates. You are graduating from an institution who understands this at its core and has proven it time and time again. You know, I once said that the most radical thing one can do is live their dreams, but it's really much more than that. The most radical thing you can do is open doors so others can live their dreams. And so many have opened doors for me. So I thank everyone who has ever opened a door for me, who has ever opened the door for another incarcerated person, another person with a criminal conviction, who has opened the door to the possibilities that lie within each and every one of us, no matter how troubled our beginnings. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hold it dear and will treasure it always. Congratulations, class of 2021. Thank you again.
And finally, our last honorary degree will be presented by Roland Augustine, member of the Board of Trustees, and Tom Eccles, the Executive Director of the Center for Curatorial Studies.
President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting Elif Shafak, who will join us remotely as the candidate for the honorary degree of Doctor of Humane Letters.
We honor you, Elif Shafak, as one of the few writers in the world to bridge disparate cultures and genres with uncommon brilliance. Your fiction, scholarly works, and nonfiction writing all span the political and the personal. The range of your achievement is astounding. Your writing is exceptional in its capacity to inspire idealism and wonderment, empathy, hope, and kindness. Your originality, fearlessness, and talent are an inspiration to all who cherish the power of language. Thank you. Congratulations.
Auctoritate mi commissa, te ad gradum in litteris humanioribus doctoris admitto, omni aquae jura ac privilegia, ad gradum pertitentia tibi concedo, et in testimonium hoc diploma tibi solemne trado. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very excited and deeply honored to receive an honorary degree from Bard College. It means so much to me. There's no doubt this has been an emotionally incredibly challenging year for all of us, but even more so for younger generations all across the world. There's so much uncertainty, anxiety, that it's sometimes debilitating. It's also a time when liberal democracy, knowledge, truth, rule of law, appreciation for diversity, inclusion have all been attacked and endangered in country after country. We have massive global challenges ahead, whether it's the possibility of another pandemic, the fact that our planet is burning as we're speaking, financial crisis, cyber terrorism, everything shows that we are interconnected as human beings, and we cannot solve these global challenges with the forces of nativism, jingoism, nationalism, isolationism, and tribalism. But if I may add this, I think if it is true that countries can go backwards, I think we women need to be more worried, because when democracy is lost, the first rights that will be curbed and curtailed will be women's rights and minority rights. That's why I think this is an important crossroads, and it's an important moment for international solidarity, international sisterhood. We need to hear each other's voices, and we need to listen to each other's stories. If I may share a very small story with you. As a novelist, I used to go to schools a lot in Turkey, and I had a chance to listen to students of all age groups. And when you speak to very young students, let's say 7, 8, 9 years old, it's just amazing to see how much chutzpah and courage and imagination they have. If you ask in a room full of young students, is there anyone here who would like to become a novelist someday, or a poet or an artist, so many hands would go up. And at that age, girls are just as confident, if not even more confident than boys. But then I would go to high schools, students who are more than 14, 15 years old, and everything has changed. Now, almost no one wants to become a poet anymore, or an artist, or a novelist. And just as strikingly for me, girls have become timid, because we have taught them at school, in the family, in the neighborhood, we have taught them just to blend in, never stand out, just be normal, do not speak out. And I think we have taught our girls to internalize the gaze of patriarchy. But not only girls, boys as well. We have taught our youngsters to lose that confidence. So at a great college, I think what we gain is that confidence that what we once had, but we lose along the way. We regain it. In a great college such as Bard College, which appreciates knowledge and brings out and nurtures our own talents, I think we also find our water families. I believe in life we have two types of families. We have our blood or ink families, the families we share surname with. But then as we keep living, we also gain our water families, our dearest friends, and people who are witnesses to our journeys. And in a good college, we also find our water families. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for welcoming me to your water family. I want to congratulate the class of 2021, and I wish you the best. And I hope you will never, ever lose the confidence, the imagination, the curiosity, the appreciation for knowledge that you have. And I hope you will never, ever lose the will to speak up and speak out in the public space. I'm sending you lots of love and many thanks.
So this is the point in the ceremony where I am supposed to provide you the last word. And I actually wrote it out. And I would like to skip the reading of it, given the length of the ceremony and the coldness that we experience in the tent. So I will give you a thumbnail summary and hope the thumbnail summary inspires you to read it when we send it out to you. So what it basically argues is pretty simple. It starts from the premise you're going out at an unusual time, and therefore the question of what is to be done is pretty obvious. It raises the issue, does it mean to return to normalcy after the pandemic? And what faces us in that normalcy? And I raise the issue of what is the purpose of a college or an institution of learning in that context? And I poke a little fun at the tagline you all know about Bard, A Place to Think. And I quote from Spinoza at the end of his Ethics, where he argues, in life, therefore, it is especially useful to perfect, as far as we can, our intellect or reason. In this one thing consists the human being's highest happiness. Spinoza makes a connection between the use of your reason and happiness, and basically believes that our task is to perfect our understanding of the world. And I make reference to Spinoza's notion of a pantheist notion of the universe, of all diversity being one. And that makes all of us, in a way, equal and part of a reality that we can understand using intuition, reason, and our imagination. And that leads to happiness, that there's a connection between knowing and a sense of happiness, that the understanding of the world and our expanding our knowledge is connected to the well-being of people. And I posit 5 things that you should think about as we return to normal. One is that freedom and democracy and social justice cannot be achieved virtually. There is no technological surrogate for the personal and social realities we have to face. We cannot remain isolated and manipulated by large companies and devices. We actually cannot communicate through text, apps, posting, and social networks. We cannot allow a democracy to be transformed by the technology that ultimately undermines it. We can't hide behind the technology if we're going to have a pluralist world. The second thing is that we actually have to stick with notions of a rational argument to convince people. We have to acknowledge our fallibility. We have to be willing to change our minds. We have to be willing to talk to people who don't agree with us. We cannot actually act against them by ostracizing them, banishing them. We cannot turn every accusation into a truth. We cannot replace a court of justice with a court of public opinion on social media. We have to make a distinction between what is false and what is true, because actually in the understanding of the world, there is a real distinction. And we cannot actually continue to take pleasure in the punishment of others. We can't actually think justice is a sense of equality in what we have experienced transferred to others. That love is a sign of understanding. It's not a mushy emotion. It's not a romantic idea. It actually is the result of understanding that we're in the same predicament on the same planet. The pandemic has shown us that it is absolutely indiscriminate in its ability to harm and to create sickness and death, just as the environmental challenge doesn't discriminate between anyone wherever they live. It affects us all, albeit in different ways. And the last thing I urge is that we recognize what makes us same and not different for all the identities we celebrate. That whatever we identify ourselves as being, we are actually all human. And in that humanity, we share a fundamental equality and a fundamental shared destiny. And that we need to challenge the orthodoxies we believe are right, and we have to shed a kind of Puritan sense of superiority. We have to tolerate dissent. We have to embrace the dissenter. We have to take the time to convince the dissenter. We cannot render them silent and make believe they don't exist. We have to accept the God, in my view, of Spinoza and Einstein. And that is the God on which this institution is based. That the world is knowable by us, that it encompasses everything from the arts to science, and that it provides us the opportunity to bring happiness to ourselves and others through the pursuit of knowledge. And when we do that, we run the risk of being unpopular. And I quote from the last line of Spinoza's Ethics, in which he writes, "All things excellent are as difficult as they are rare." You are excellent, you are rare. Don't relinquish that opportunity and that pattern of life. Congratulations to all of you. And now we come to the main event, which is the granting of degrees. I'd like to recognize Michael Sadowski, the Interim Dean of Graduate Studies. You want to go from here?
Thank you, President Botstein. Before we begin the presentation of graduate degrees, please note that all candidates have completed the requirements for their degrees as prescribed by the State of New York and by the faculty and trustees of Bard College. Due to the pandemic, not all our degree candidates are able to be with us for today's ceremony, but we are pleased to read the names of all our graduates. President Botstein, I have the honor of introducing Peter N. Miller, Dean of the Bard Graduate Center, to present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Decorative Arts, Design History, Material Culture.
First, President Botstein, I have the honor of presenting our degree recipients who are not able to join us today. Antonia Behan, William M. DiGregorio.
Is there a hood?
Anne Hilker, Maria Perez. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Julie Belmer. Antonio Sanchez Gomez.
So for all the present and absent PhD candidates, I say auctoritate mihi commissa, vos ad gradum philosophiae doctoris in artibus decorantibus, historia decoris cultura materiali admito, omniaque iure ac privilegia ad gradum pertitentia vobis concedo, et in testimonium hoc diploma vobis solemne detrado. Congratulations.
President Botstein, I now have the honor of presenting the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Philosophy in Decorative Arts, Design History, Material Culture. These degree recipients are not able to attend today's ceremony. Pierre-Jean Desemery, Leonie Sophie Trier, it is also my pleasure to present the following members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Arts, of Decorative Arts, Design History, Material Culture. Again, I will present our degree recipients who were not able to join us today. Madison Lane Clyburn, Wei-Shun Chu, Cynthia Ash Volk, and now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Natalie Elizabeth DeQuarto, Noah Joseph Dubé, Juliana Fagua Arias, Emily A. Isaacson, Daria Rachel Murphy, Konstantin Prince Sidaman Aristov, Madison Jane Williams, Jessica Mordine Young,
President Botstein, I have the honor on behalf of Hannah Barrett, Director of the Milton Avery Graduate School of the Arts, to present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Fine Arts. First, I will present the degree recipient who is not able to be here today, Philip Birch. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidate who is here in person, Merritt Liang Staffstrom. President Botstein, I have the honor of introducing Eben Goodstein, Director of the Bard Center for Environmental Policy, who will present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Science in Environmental Policy.
President Botstein, I will first present our degree recipients who were not able to join us today. Iris Elizabeth Burbank, Connor Patrick Farnham, Cheyenne Victoria Young. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Lozen Benson, Fadjua Brar, Catherine Rose Carroll, David Emmanuel Chernak, Isabel Shepard Lagar, Lisa Ann Noriega, it is also my pleasure to present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Science in Climate Science and Policy, beginning again with our degree recipient who is not here today, Raina Nicole Berger. And now it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are with us. Sebastian Alfred Grimm, Susie Elizabeth Ross. It is now also my pleasure to present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Education in Environmental Education. And I will first present our degree recipient who is not with us today, Lobsang Sonam. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are with us in person. Pamela Jean Price. Carolyn Marie Ryan. Khadija Tony Lee Spence.
President Botstein, on behalf of Lauren Cornell, Director of the Graduate Program, Center for Curatorial Studies and Art in Contemporary Culture, I have the honor of presenting the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Arts in Curatorial Studies. Krista Nicole Alba. Paulina Asensio Fuentes. Caitlin Elizabeth Chasen. Yiswan Chu. Jennifer Crane. Natasha Laura Kestrel Madison. Bernardo Alves Pinto Mosquera Gomez. Christine Sinead Nice. Camila Elizabeth Palomino. Georgiana Owings Payne. Allison Christina Ricard. Candace Joelle Strongwater. G. Wesley. President Botstein, now I have the honor of introducing Derek Furr, Director of the Master of Arts in Teaching program in Annandale, who will present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Arts in Teaching.
President Botstein, I will first present our degree recipients who are not able to join us in person today. Benjamin A. Eskind, Samuel Kiley, Evan Albert Krasner. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Brian Araque Perez, Laurel Dion Dahlgren Ardini, Dante Omar Cardenas, Noah Zachary Gitchen, Joshua David Maldonado, Ji-Young Park, Isabel Poletta, Melissa Ann Rosenthal. Jewel Imena Smith. Abigail Julia Townend. Tyler Radcliffe Williams. Elijah DeVoe Zane.
President Botstein, I have the honor of introducing Kayo Iwama, Associate Director of the Graduate Vocal Arts Program, Bard College Conservatory of Music, who will present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Music in Vocal Arts.
President Botstein, first I will present our degree recipients who are not with us here today. Megan McLeese Jones. Wayne Arthur Paul. Louis Robert Tiemann. And now, President Botstein, it is my great pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Jordana Sierra Gertler Jaffe. Maximilian Graf Jansen. Chuan Yuen Liu. Diana Grace Schwam. And Pauline Ann Gabai Tan.
President Botstein, I have the honor of introducing James Bagwell, Professor of Music and Director of Music Performance Studies, who will present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Music in Conducting.
President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree recipient who is not able to join us today, Jaewon Ho Cho. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Michaela Maria Gleason. Shutong Lee. David Joseph Mascari.
President Botstein, I have the honor of again calling upon Eben Goodstein, Director of the Bard Center for Environmental Policy, who will present the members of the class of 2021 for the Master of Business Administration in Sustainability.
President Botstein, I'm pleased to first present our degree recipients who are not able to be here in person with us today. Michelle Abudi. David J. Benjamin. Emily McKell Boulder. Cullen Brown. Jose M. Campos. Iris Chen. Patrick J. Connolly. Stephanie Connolly. Michael Patrick Conway. Kirsty Ann Dabs. Michael Thomas Doyle. Emma Nelson Jenkins. Veronica Yolanda Johnson. Mallory Marie Click. Paul John Osmolskis. Charlotte Lee Parate. Mesa Perry. Giuliani Pietriano, Sean Louise Reckert, Whitney J. Smith Burgess, Andrew N. Stewart, Michelle Elizabeth Velez, and Siri Noel Wilson. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Greg Thomas Flaherty. Vimal Matthew Joseph. Kara Reynolds Kuehl. Robert Edward Kimmick. Jordan Nicole Sabine. Leanne Statuto.
President Botstein, I have the honor on behalf of Jan Kregel, Director of the Levy Economics Institute Graduate Program in Economic Theory and Policy, of presenting the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Science in Economic Theory and Policy. And now, President Botstein, I am pleased to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Ian Jacob Bowen. Juan Andres Copa Inostrosa. Daniel Heim. Lucas Horner Klatke. Juliana Sandra Scanny. Sid Subramani. It is also my pleasure, on behalf of Jan Kregel, to present the following member of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Arts in Economic Theory and Policy. Jason Tien Bao Nguyen. President Botstein, I now have the honor of calling upon James Bagwell, Director of Music and Director of Music Performance Studies, who will present the members of the class of 2021 for the degree of Master of Music in Curatorial, Critical, and Performance Studies.
President Botstein, I'm pleased to start with our degree recipients who are not able to join us in person today. Maria Antonia Georgieva Andoniva Henderson. Emily Elizabeth Bueller. Lucas James Button. Batigmar Erdenabat. Jack Gadway. Guillermo Garcia Cuesta. Lucas Goodman. Ye Hu. Kelly Knox. Stuart John McDonald. Rodrigo Orvis Pevida. Gaia Mariana Ramsdell. Dylan Fitzgerald Robb. Sarah Schaeffler. Anita Tot. Leonardo Vasquez Chacon. Wei Chao Wu. And Yuchen Zhang. And now, President Botstein, it is my pleasure to present our degree candidates who are here in person. Gergu Christian Tot. Victor Tot.
Will all the master's degree candidates please rise? Those who are master's candidates, actoritate mihi commissa vos ad gradus magistri admito omniaque jura ac privilegia ad hos gradus pertitentia vobis concedo et in testimonium hoc diploma vobis solemniter trado. Congratulations to you all. We now will provide degrees to the graduates of Bard microcolleges. They come from 2 locations, the Holyoke, Massachusetts Care Center, which is a renowned community organization dedicated to supporting the academic achievements of women, and the Brooklyn Public Library, which is a program with the Brooklyn Public Library that extends higher education in the inner city. So it is my pleasure to introduce Megan Callahan, Dean of the Bard Prison Issue, who will present the 2021 candidates for the degree in Associate in Arts.
Iona Brown. Guillermo Delano Burrows. Ro Chanchel. Emmy Collins in absentia. Jasenia Colon Rodriguez in absentia. Jessica Ann Buswell in absentia. Alexandria Nicolette Cruz. Kia Diaz. Patricia M. Douglas. Isabella Gabrielle Martinez. Danielis Gonzalez in absentia. Utrina Holly Hodges in absentia. Mars Aikida. Shayna Nicole Little in absentia. Lisa McGee. Alicia Maddox. Kaylin Ligon in absentia. Alicia Patterson Swaby. Laura Perez. Keishla Perez. Shayla Perez. Georgiana Ray Perry in absentia. Carol Rodriguez in absentia. Vanessa Crystal Romero. Shana Sabio in absentia. Marissa Princess Skinner. Gemma Solomon. Onika St. John. Catley E. Toles in absentia. Tiffany Marie Vega.
These students have completed all the requirements required by the state, and in granting the diploma, I say auctoritate mihi commissa vos ad grado soci in artibus admitto, omniaque jura ac privilegia ad hos gradus petitentia vobis concedo, and et testimonium hoc diploma vobis solemner trado. Congratulations to each and every one of you. We come now to the awarding of undergraduate degrees. And I would like to introduce the Dean of the College, Deirdre Dalbertus, who will provide the bachelor degrees for the class of 2020, those that are here today. And then we will turn to the class of 2021. The red book you have is very useful, because this takes a while and you will be able to follow every student's senior project and their advisor and their home, and so you can see the range of accomplishments of these graduates. So, Dean Dalbertus.
President Botstein, trustees, faculty, and all members of this audience. It is my pleasure first to present the following member of the class of 2020 in the Master of Education program, and then the 2020 graduates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Music. These candidates have completed all the requirements for this degree as prescribed by the state of New York and by the faculty and trustees of Bard College. Craig Diaz. Giselle Lucia Avila. Sarah Batsheva Bonder. Nellie Jean Bowen. Winston Courier Cheney. Yutien Cho. Tanner Daniel Cohen. Justin Capone Diaz. Sydney Doblin. Amber Rose Fowley. Coco Rose Goupil. In absentia, Edgar Elias Gutzmann. Megan Elizabeth Hum. Jakir Mohammed Hussein. Olivia Grace Mason. Wasir Kadir Mohammed. Isabella Rose Nitola. Ji-hyung Park. Zoe Emily Petterschild Ford. Kayla Molly Piscatelli. No? Miranda Virginia Reala. No. Alicia? Alicia Maria Rodriguez Rivera. Elliot Harris Roski. Liam Edward Schaefer. Patricia Ann Margaret Tapia Seekut. Timothy Lyndhurst Trumpet. Nicole Grace Vesimini. Emily Michelle Walshin. Alyssa May White. Justine Zaki.
For those watching, the state forbids us from shaking hands, but those of you who do shake hands, I'm happy to shake your hand. But I want to explain it's not out of a lack of friendliness, but because there is this requirement. So I now recognize the class of 2021. So this is the class you can follow with the red book, and we'll proceed, and I want to congratulate each and every one of you.
Caleb Ackley.
Congratulations.
Theodore Alexander Adams. Dimitri Ades Laurent. Maya Aga. Ari Ray Agnew. Killian G. Ahern. Emily An. Nope. Tatiana Pamela Alfaro Pena. In absentia, Maya Alfia. Muhammad Ali. Supreme Wisdom Allah. Bashay Dumaine Allen. Ana Maria Alvarez. In absentia, Michaela Rose Angier. Hannah Rose Applebaum. Hakeem Alem Arebo. Isabella Luisa Argandizza. Matthew Rocha Aruda. In absentia, Kevius Jarvis Avery. Liam Garrig Bach. Riti Vahel. Emma Kathleen Bailey. Ella Anya Baldwin. In absentia, Isabel V. Ballard. Walker Danforth Bankson. Zeev Benjamin Barunsik. Joshua Charles Barnes. Morgan Rowena Barnes Whitehead. In absentia, Philip George Barnett. Sally Bass. Bruno Ray Bescher. Melissa Therese Benedict. In absentia, Ethan Beneroff. Sakina Fatima Bennett. David Kane Benson. Allegra Undine Berger. Nina Susan Blake. Stephanie Rose Blanco. Niels J. Blumel. Ariel Raksha Boiteau. MJ Bond. John Bonetti. Damaris Lael Borden. Grant Sean Bossard. Tori Michaela Bowen.
Rachel Eve Braver. Olivia Brennan. Celia Mara Buckley. In absentia, Catherine Holbrook Budner. In absentia, Luke William Burton. Tehran Lavelle Bird. Shuang Tsai. Let us pause for this next graduate. The president has a few words to say.
Brian Callahan is not with us today. This degree is conferred posthumously as the degree candidate died while incarcerated. A member of the BPI class of 2021. This degree, everyone should know, is exactly the same as every degree our students here in Annandale receive. It has the same rigor and the same degree requirements. So this degree is being awarded in absentia and in memoriam to Brian Callahan.
Diego Antonio Kallenbach. Stefan Kamara. In absentia, Jack Cameron. Also in absentia, Christopher William Campbell. Adriana Lynn Kander. Carrie Ann Canfield. Grace Baruchin Yang Carter. Manley Thomas Carter. Ryan William Kaysen. Cole Bernard Chaquetto. Timur Evren Celebi. Philippa Susan Chadwick. Carmen Chen. In absentia, Olivia Streeter Chen. Siren Chen. Diksha Chittavidya Ananda. Fish Chu. Sherry Paul Chowdhury. Conrad Otto Clemens. Bell Coffey. Bernard Elliott Cohen. Ilan Cohen. In absentia, Nairobi Shakan Coleman. Richard Edward Collins. Luca Considine in absentia. Gethsemane Marilyn Correa. Taya Corey. In absentia, Adrian Sebastian Costa. Marielle Ruth Cup. Narain Darakananda. Duhita Das. Amelia Kathleen David. In absentia, Callie Ann DiCaprio. David Dela Cruz. In absentia, João A. de la Cruz. Yen Pei Dung. Anna Ragosan de Rosa. No, in absentia. Anna de Rosa, in absentia. Molly Jean Devine. Austin Max Dilley. In absentia, James Merriweather Donahue. In absentia, Elias Connors Dorff. Gabriel Martin Doyle. Nell Anna Dreyfus. Katie Daly Drorba. In absentia, Gabriel Olai Beauregard Eggset. In absentia, Madeline Marie Epstein. Catherine Regina Esposito. Scout Etterson. Joshua Etukudo. Liv Ferrari. Jessica Rita Furson. Catherine Filpo Lopez. Jonathan Fine. I believe the president might have another word to say to welcome our next graduate.
So this time in person, we have, often the case in BPI, graduates who finish their degrees while they're still incarcerated. And then we also have those who have been released before they finish their degrees. So we are pleased to have a member of the BPI class, a member of the class of 2021 who is with us today, who was released and finished his degree and will get his degree as part of this ceremony.
Jeffrey Fineout. In absentia, John Henry Finkelstein. Henning Fischel. Emily Ann Florence. In absentia, Jesse C. Floyd. In absentia, Emily Rose Follin. Jacob Tiberius Franson. In absentia, William Lewis Freeman. Samuel Ramalay Fur. Aidan Edward Galloway. Jamara Garcia. Stella Gatti. Katsina Eva Gavita. Charlotte Eva Edeltraud Geisler. Leah Gervais Gluenser. In absentia, Julia Gloninger. Hans Rudolf Goll. Elliot Noah Goldstein. In absentia, John Anthony Gonzalez. Nora Eloise Grace Flood. In absentia, Morgan Averill Gray. Madeline Willow Greenberg. Sophie McCarty Gregory. Emmanuel Grenier Benoit. Rakim Deshawn Griffin. Sebastian Alfred Grimm in absentia. Juliette Arisara Grork. Ava Livia Grunblatt. Ana Bielka Guaba Perez. Alejandra Eliana Gutzman. Luke Nickel Haxma. In absentia, Miral Habib. Manny Hike. Zachary Height. Anna Grace Haley. In absentia. In absentia also, Denise Hope Hall. Ana Marlis Hallett Gutierrez. Timothy Stephen Halverson. Caitlin B. Hamilton. Joshua Han. Emily Joy Han. India Lee Harrison. Sarah Nicole Hart. Gabrielle Erin Hartman. Micah Elise Hastings. Skylar Evans Hauge. Nicholas Kennan Herman. Elias Hernandez. Divelis Hernandez Mustafa. Luke T. Harrigal. Nelson Hilario. Clayton Kelly Hillenberg. Akiva Shlomo Hirsch. Jamie Elizabeth Holtzell. Ty Jonathan Holtzman. In absentia, Ethan Hosta. Gigi Shi Shui. In absentia, Henry Holt Hull. Oh, Henry Holt Hull's here. Henry Holt Hull. Henry Holt Hull. Charlotte Ruby Huss. Kai Faitari Hutton. Lucas William Hutzler. Akobe Kwao Hilton. Deirdre Francis Irvine. Nashwa Jamal. Maximiano Ramualdez Hunairo. In absentia, Harrison Batten Jarvis. In absentia, Chi Chung Yang. Evan Stewart John. In absentia, Olivia Champion Johnson. In absentia, Emma Catherine Johnston. Christina Sinclair Jones. Itza Jones. Natalie Kanailani Takiko Jones. Sophia Margaret Kagan. Peter Akani Kamenoff. Fotini Camviselli Suarez. Jack Lewis Kaplan. Grace Faye Cosmeyer. Ariella Katzman Jacobson. Linus James Kern. Miranda Kerrigan. Isabel Stockton Kickner. In absentia, James Kim. Lucas Horner Klatke. Juliette Lauren Rafalco Knapp. John Michael Nogin. Ruth F. Cole. Zara Anna Kornfeld. Aurora Bell Kuchek. Claire Fitzgibbon Lampson. Javen Christina Lara. In absentia, Jillian Lazarus. Anna Rose Levi. In absentia, Henry Charles Smith Levin. Emily Rose Levine. Raphael Theo Lewis. Michaela Jordan Lahote. Junwei Li. Icy Lee. Weilan Lee. In absentia, Beida Liang. In absentia, Wandi Liang. Claire Heather Virginia Lindsay. In absentia, Axel Robbins Lindy. Catherine Rowe Lovizio. Hunter Lucien Lustberg. Lily Geneva Lustig. In absentia, Rachel Grace Lyons. Oriana Marie Mack. Matisse F. Mino. Sarah Elizabeth Manlow. Virginia K. Manning. Michaela Christine Martiros. Carlotta Rose Maroka. Nathaniel Jared Matos. Nathan M. Matsubara. Sarah Rose Matthews. Liam Ainsley Mayo. Nico Mbai. Gray McAlane. Ian Christopher McClellan. Caitlin Ray McClelland. Magdalena Rose Lilia McFarland. Ella Faye McRail. Zachary Kenneth McIntyre. Maeve Elizabeth McKegg. Finian Wilding McMurray. Dorothea Lillian McCrae. Sasha Helene Mejo Okonjo. Shirley Marino. Angelica Elizabeth Marino Mong. In absentia, Asa Unruh Mervis. Cameron Alexander Miller. John Francis Miller. Winter Faith Millsaps. Daniela Patrice Mingo. Chris Tyvant Mentor. In absentia, Kaylee Marie Mitchell. Francis Lawson Mitchell. Anna Madeline Monroe, in absentia. Also in absentia, Sarah Kane Moser. Olivia Mosjes. Elizabeth Marie Mudry. In absentia, Connor Stephen Murphy. Jordan Andachik Myers. Ashley R. Nikolich. Celia Nicholson. Sophie Madison Niles. Tess Noble Strome. Lillian Wind O'Donnell. Mosho Pefolua Olagunju. Ogden Huntington Olivas. Chandler Flannery O'Riordan. Johan Oriana. Maro Livingston Otis. Odalis Janet Panza Gonzalez. Alexander Borger Park. Hadley Ray Parham. Roman Pena. Renata Yvonne Paffi. Blair Pepe. Anya Milena Schmidt-Petkovich. Evan Matthew Petratus. Jacob Davenport Phillips. Wisaka Jane Phillips. In absentia. Isis Pinheiro. Angel Pizarro. In absentia, Michael Pledger. Ariana Elise Podesta. Cassidy Jane Polga. Aviv Joseph Porath. Andrew Dana Poverman. Josiah Powell. Sucher Pratt. Juliana Elizabeth Hill Preston. In absentia, Kent Priori. In absentia, Gabriel Giovanni Profumo. Rowan Alexander Pooge Davis. In absentia, Asen Syed Kamar. In absentia, Danielle Ashley Ranieri. Daniil V. Ratnikov. In absentia, Dylan Ray. Jillian Paige Reed. In absentia, Nicholas Gregory Ray. Mary Rebecca Reed. John Michael Richards. Simone Richardson. In absentia, Richard Rivera. Talea M. Robinson Dancy. Shay Anna Nye Roccaforte. Alana Renee Rodriguez. Melina Ann Royce. Lyrie Ronan. Cecily Eve Rosenbaum. Nicholas Ruben Rougeau. Tatiana Monet Rosetta. Isabel Rudner. Audrey Grace Russell. Shannon Mary Ryan. Frank John Ribicki. Sadia Ahmed Sabah. Lauren Ann Saltis. Emma Elizabeth Sandman. William James Santora. Pierce Samuel Sapper. In absentia, Adam Thomas Savino. Juliana Sandra Scani. Stella Rose Schneeberg. Colin James Schroeder. Isaiah Jacob Schwartz. Stella Chang Saganti. Caitlin Marie Shamro. Glafira May Shannabrook. Henry Alexander Schenkweiler. Vanessa Bennett Shapiro. In absentia, Lindsay Shaw. Poppy Sheehan. Vita Sharon Jones. Mia Shashova. In absentia, Shoyug Shrestha. Frankie Sittler Elbow. Catherine Alice Skinner in absentia. Nicholas Vissar Slackman. Parker Kendall Smith. Peter David Soika. Leah Sage Solensten. In absentia, Yuhun Song. Munir Aisha Olivia Susan. Charles Henry Spencer. Patrick James Staples. Savannah Starkings. In absentia, Gwen Stearns. Odette Steinert. Samuel Stepp. Jake Steele. Lucy Noel Strauss. Matthew Streeter. Claire Cadidia Stir. Siddharth Subramanian. In absentia, Yi Meng Sun. Christoph Sander Zabo. Lagan Prashanti Ananda. In absentia, Yi Huang Tang. Emrys Gabriel Taylor Milner. Miles Folks Wild Thomas. Preston Tice. Tobias Goetz Timofeyev. Arlo Tomacek. Cecilia Caro Sung Tuamto. In absentia, Michael Stephen Yulee. Annie Perry Umbanhauer. Amelia Sage Van Dansel. Nicholas Andres Villarosa. Cree Viti. Ava Mirabella Wagner. Raphael Walker. Skylar Monique Walker. Erica Teresa Walsh. Xin Yi Wang. Serena May Warren. Brian Gabriel Watko. Eliza Maureen Watson. John Murphy Alexander Watson. Lucas Fognell Webster. Timothy John Worley. Sophia Michael Weiland. Eli Weinstein. Walker James White. In absentia, Samuel Eli Wilkins. In absentia, Angelo Adonis Winings. Olivia Vitanoska. Angela Page Woodak. In absentia, Yi Chuen Wu. In absentia, Yu Ting Wu. In absentia, Noah Gregory Wirtz. In absentia, Vera Tsing Yi Xia. In absentia, Yi Fan Ye. Jasmine Zamora Flores. Avis M. Zane. Jacqueline Zeller. Li Shui Zhang. In absentia, Jingquen Zhang. Xindi Chung. In absentia, Yu Xuan Cheng. Sung Hong Cheng. In absentia, Ching Yi Cho. Yi Yang Cho. And Sarah Zylka.
Will the class of 2021 please rise? By the authority granted me by the Board of Trustees in the Regents of State of New York, I grant each and every one of you the bachelor's degree with all the rights, responsibilities, and authority associated with it. I congratulate you. Congratulations, the class of 2021. Please remain standing for the benediction by the chaplain, at which point we will begin the recessional. Congratulations, and have a wonderful weekend.
Let us pray. We give thanks for this day as we acknowledge and honor the graduates of the class of 2021. Continue to grant them courage and fortitude in the days ahead, and fill them with your wisdom as they meet the new challenges in the world at large. Strengthen them in all things, and let them be instruments of change and yet bearers of history and tradition as they face new communities where they may apply all that they have learned and experienced here at Bard. Give them grace to make the world a place of justice, peace, and compassion. Guide them into all truth, and let them not forsake their love of learning and their creativity. And in these times, may our graduates be beacons of hope, shining light when there is darkness, joy when there is despair, faith when there is doubt, mercy when there is discord, love when there is hate. And now go forth with God's blessing. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Amen.
Thank you.